I'm live, but I haven't fixed everything yet. Good. Muted by default. Oh, wow. Yeah, Mark Brunette. Not Burnett. Brunette. Little Mark Brunette. Pop out the chat. Put it in the left third of that screen. I take this address. I copy this address to the address in that window. There's the chat. The correct chat. I should have some background as well. Wait, I have a... No, that's for my solo drawing because it's copyrighted. I mean, it's not copyrighted by like a major music label, but it is copyrighted by someone. So I don't want to... I don't want to have to do... I don't want to have to get sued. Default view. We can start here. It's been a chill day. All the way to the local art supply store. Oh wow, that's loud. Actually, no, it's loud for me too, so let me... Oh, that doesn't turn it down for you guys. There, how's that? Yeah. So I've eaten... my laundry's clean but not folded. I'll probably do that after I get back from karaoke tonight. It's number 5? No, that's my camera. That's the one. Does my knee pop? Can my knee pop, please? Oh, I feel the knot in my knee. There it is. Oh. Yeah, I've like bruised my right ankle or my and my left knee. Like my left knee is just overstressed in a direction it doesn't like, and then my right ankle, like it's actually sore. Like if I didn't know any better, I'd think it was like had like an incomplete fracture or something. But yeah, I wanted to show some stuff. I won't be doing the practice from... sorry, to explain. I spent part of the day going to my local art store. I say local, the streetcar doesn't run all the way down to the store yet. So the tracks for it do, but the official service and all the stations and the stops haven't been built yet. And they don't have enough streetcars to cover the whole line of rails that's been laid into the street. So the cars don't run that far. I got off at the big train station and walked the rest of the way on this leg, which probably I shouldn't have done. But I went and I was walking through, just browsing, because this is the last day of their spring sale. And I was like, oh, well, let me just look around and see if there's anything that I could do, because I don't want to just do digital work. I want to do some traditional stuff too. And I went to their drawing section, saw they had a bunch of Micron pens, and I got a replacement for my 05, my half millimeter Micron pen, because somebody stole it after they wrote something with it, and I guess they just pocketed it and walked away back like 6 years ago. But then they told me that they were having a sale on their like Copic markers too, and so I snagged Blick brand alcohol markers, because I've used like Sharpies, and I've used like rich ink markers, and I've used paint markers. I've never used alcohol markers, and I gotta tell you, I understand the hype now. When you stroke multiple times over the same part of paper, it doesn't make like one stroke, another stroke, and then the rich part in between that's like double stroke. I mean, you can kind of tell, but that's not how it ends up. It ends up being like just a color. Like when it's still wet. When it's still wet, it does have like that effect of a stroke, and where they overlap, you know? But that eventually fades away as the alcohol dries. And so I guess they use like, I'd have to guess mineral spirits. But I didn't just get those 2 packs. No. I got 5 more. You had to buy at least 6 for to get the discount on the stuff. But I bought 5 more colors for in between colors of different things. In between some of these colors over here. I went ahead and bought their portrait palette for flesh tones and hair colors. And then I bought their standard 12 color arrangement. Canary yellow, orange, dark umber, pink, very berry, red, violet, ultramarine, true blue, bright green, dark green, and black. And then finally, I got the most interesting one. See if it focuses on what this is. There it is. It's... Come on. Focus, you fuck. It's called the Blender. And they have like color designations on the end. Like this is 040 lilac. This one's just 0. It's not white. It's, although it does lighten whatever you go over after the fact. So it must just be the alcohol solvent that they have with like no blender. Colorless blender. Colorless is not a color. Those of you who play Magic the Gathering better know that. Whenever it says any color of mana on an effect of a card, colorless doesn't count. So, woo! And then at the counter, I impulse bought like this. It's a anatomy book for artists. So yeah, sections include head and neck, torso and shoulders, upper limbs and lower limbs. Artist and teacher Michael Lauricella presents a unique approach to learning to draw the human body. Lauricella teaches you to simplify the human form, reducing it to a collection of the most basic shapes, which can then be combined, positioned and referenced to create the drawings you are striving for, rather than trying to memorize a repertoire of poses This method will provide a foundation for you to build upon to produce the varied poses you will see in the living body, geared toward artists of all levels, from beginners through professionals. This handy, pocket-sized book will spark your imagination and creativity. I am so sure. Not sure how that applies. Oh, I see. No, actually, I do see how that applies. Quite. Huh. Oh, they even have facial features. This will make for some interesting study tomorrow. After the gaming stream tomorrow, I'll probably fold my laundry and then sit down and just draw for a little bit, because there's a couple of things I want to try drawing, but for now, I want to get used to picking up where I left off with something else. In this case, a drawing I might have started probably 17, 18 years ago if I had the... Yeah, actually, wow. 17 years ago. I was just being... I was memeing and being facetious, but that's about how long it's been since I've wanted to draw. Oh, screw it. Can I just sit here and have my tablet in my lap and draw? Huh. Oops. Undo. Yeah, I want to at least get to a stage with this where there's line art, color, and shading on this pose at least. If not another pose as well, before I go to karaoke tonight. I always imagined him having like long fur tufts on his muzzle. He's not what you call grumpy, but fella's just kind of usually nonplussed. Or like, just like neutrally unimpressed. I better decide which of those. Actually, we'll go halfway in between, right here. Shrink my eraser down a little bit. Yeah, one of the things I had to learn today about doing any kind of art is just not to take it too seriously. I should show you, actually. I was going to do a sketchbook showcase, but I didn't really draw today. Because again, I got distracted. I'll show you guys. I gotta move OBS over to... You know what? Screw it. Let's just move it over to this window. There we go. Right next to the chat. That way I can still see. I normally don't open my Discord window, but here's what I can do. This little... I used all the alcohol markers they had on the shelf, like a bunch of different yellows. I had the urge to draw a gem from Spyro, but I was like, that's a little complicated because it includes facets and gem structure. And even if you just drew it as a solid color with only reflective surfaces, as a gloss, I was like, that's too complicated. So I was just like, fuck it, I can draw a gold coin. And so I did. And these highlights were actually done with the blending marker. So yeah, this is what the blending marker does. It like fades the color. It's not even like a... I was trying to scroll through to the other things I drew. But the, it's not even that it's like a blender. What it is like a desaturator. I'll probably set up the drawing table tomorrow to do some demonstrations. get a little bit of practice with these, because those are actually really fun to use. Like, I have never quite understood what my artist friends have meant that makes a thing, a tool or anything, fun to use, until I started using them myself and just giving myself permission to get messy and make mistakes and waste time. But now that I understand, like, it's a much, it's just a nice, fun thing to do, to just make art. I know that Blaze the cat, I think if I, here, DigiArt has, I have a layer for quick poses and reference. It's on my OBS screen. Crap. Oh, but it mostly shows, oh, okay, so if I put OBS over here, then that's not what I need. Here's what I do need. Images. I found somebody's art they did of, like, what a movie version of Blaze would look like. So I know she's got these, like, tufts on the side of her head, like the cat cheek fur, and I love that. But, like, they extend behind her as well. And for my character, what I was doing was, oh, well, damn, I thought that I had this figured out. Whoops. I'd like to use Pinterest for this, but I don't like the amount of AI slop they permit. I guess this will work. Because if I click on something else, it pulls it up. Her ears are actually really big. Forgot what window my mouse was in. Because am smort. I think this is a better reference image. Her eyes are huge. I mean, most of the Sonic characters are. So I imagine good old Pyro here have the same tufts, but like lower to his head, like lower below his head. And then he would actually have some flyaway tufts coming off his muzzle, the way Tails does. This is turning his head this way, so these tufts would still be down. A little more out, actually. It's a bit uneven. Shorten up that side. And it's a sketch. You get the idea, and that's the point. I'll have to sketch his head from the back. That's going to be a brutal thing. Do you know what? What if I did reference? That's an idea for Movie Blaze. She has a reference sheet. Desing V1. Oh, Villain Blaze? That's cool. specifically... Okay. This is not real. Huh. Oh, there's her head from behind. Okay, so her head is more of a movie design? Eh. It's okay. Needs work. Now we're talking. That is a hell of a sprite sheet. Okay. No, come on. Give me something I can work with. Something more official. I love this shading style. Like sort of airbrushed shading. Wait, what? My tablet kicked off. There we go. I hate to say this, but I think I have to make his head bigger. I was trying not to. Just get a lasso here. Ooh, selection pen. Is the battery that dead? Tablet properties. There's no way the battery's full. Well, that's not exactly what I... Why? Quiet no do? Come on, do something. Oh, there it goes. Gotta love this. Alright, so give me his head. Let's do just a scale rotate kind of thing. That's a bit more proportional. Huh. Alright, deselect. Back to using pencil. I wanted him to be holding a Chaos Emerald right here. They're about this size, I think. So just... that would have been what I drew to frame a Chaos Emerald. There's Knuckles. I forgot, Sonic characters' hands are freaking huge. knuckles would be more like here. Hand, finger, fingers across. Bro could be his own belt. And then again, feet, freaking huge. I have a selection tool, but I don't have it mapped yet. Scale. I didn't want to rotate it, I just want to scale it. Bro have the big boots. Scale. I have to get used to using these damn tools. Yeah, I guess that works. Really should make myself a tablet stand. Deselect. That's a pencil. Finger. Hand. Thumb. Oh, okay, so they just draw flat ears. But I guess on this side of his head would actually eclipse his ear slightly. Doesn't matter that... Okay. Shit, just realized. Nah. Bro needs a big face, but he needs it like here. Heat okay. That's worse. Somehow I drew it more correctly the first time. How do they draw? Oh, reference. I should say reference. Sure, reference sheet. If I could spell sheet. Okay. It just has the tuft of the one chest floof. Huh. Well, if that's how that works, I don't feel so bad about giving extra poofiness. Nah. Because he is fuzzy. He fuzzy. Okay. So there's the sketch layer. So I got kind of the rubber hose action going on, but not so rigid and straight with the limbs, I see. There's some fluidity here. This arm wasn't too bad. It would be something like this, actually. There you go. Alright, so now to try out the outline. I need my pen tool. I'm not going for a milli pen. Let's try the G pen with a stabilization of 2. Oops. Brush size is a little big, actually. Up. Decrease brush size to about a 5. For major facial features. Oops. Damn. I forget. A Rhinarium has dimension to it, so that'll do. As of yet, in my headcanon, this character never meets Sonic and the gang. Not on any friendly terms, anyway. But if he ever did, he'd be one of those who looks at Sonic all the time. It's just like, how can you never take anything seriously? It's just like, bro, I don't have a reason to lock in. Skill issue. Oh, right. Wrong. That's not what I needed. Ah. Trying to learn the lessons that good old Uncle Uncomfy taught me about deliberate mark making. will sometimes rotate my canvas. Ah, jeez. Come on. Well, that's not at all what I wanted. That's closer. It's acceptable for now. Nah. Thinner lines for crinkles. For the wrinkles und the crinkles. Let's go with the 5 for the... No, they're not pointed. Nope. Damn. Damn. Yay. Damn, they just leave the ears open, do they? Oops. Practice slow. Keep it slow. Keep it steady. Oops. I'll figure out some other better way of doing that later. For now. Wait, no. Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. Need some thicker lines. Let's go with a 10. Let's get the outline of his shoulder and his arm. Ah! You really fleshed out this drawing. It's looking nice with some line art. It's getting there. It's headed in a direction of some kind. Is drawing time. Is your pen working well now? I know last time it was giving a lot of trouble. The tablet itself is giving less trouble than before. The tablet was the real concern. It just wasn't behaving right. I'm glad to be getting this in now, by the way, because next week I've got a lot of overtime coming up with my job. So like I'm gonna be busy. Also, I'm gonna do something fun here that I see, that I notice on a lot of other like video game character art. I love when they do a super thick outline for the silhouette of a character. Oops. And then they do the finer details on the inside of that. With finer markers. Oh shit, how much overtime? Like 10 or 12 hour days? Tens for about a week and a half, I'm expecting, and maybe a Saturday here and there. Not like full day Saturdays, but like just like next Saturday's gaming stream will probably be delayed until like 2 o'clock, because I'll probably work like a 4 to 6 hour day that Saturday. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, get that black there. There we go. Honestly, it just depends on what they need. Because I'll... with how much I get paid, working overtime is like a gift unto itself. It's like Christmas every time I go in. Oops. I was actually kind of glad. I follow Black Kitten on Patreon, and he actually replied to a DM I gave him, or not a DM, but a chat message in his like public chat. I was saying like, oh, I can't wait to put more time into drawing so I can reach like anywhere near your level, and he was like, honestly, dude, you just gotta put in the time, train your hands, and just practice. Like, everybody says just draw, but like nobody tells you like how. And he's like, I sympathize, but also it's just a thing you gotta put time into. And I replied to him saying, that wasn't the answer I wanted, but I think it was the answer I needed. So thank you. He's probably not the best example, to be honest. An example of like an artist to take advice from, because he's just that good. Yep. I'm starting to feel a much more like muscular connection between my my pen, like the lines I'm making, and the actual pen on the screen. It really is just drawing, to be honest. That's why you gotta doodle it first, like a lot. Oh, of course you do. And I did used to doodle quite a long time ago. I didn't put the kind of time in that would make me a good... Perfectionism is a killer for new passions. This isn't a new one, though. That's the problem. This isn't a new... As a passion, it's not new to me. As a practice, it is new to me. And that's what's uncomfortable to me, is that it's all very, very new. I don't want it to be new. I want it to be what I do. Should make this line connect. I gotta get his head to connect to his actual fur. There we go. That looks more consistent. His gloves have cuffs. I know that about his design. I would call it new because after a certain amount of time you'll be similar to people just starting, more so than from people who have been practicing for a while. So things like visualization exercises I've always practiced in my head. Anytime I'm bored or I just need something to do, I'll just turn things around in my head. Anytime I listen to music, I have like AMVs of characters that I've observed and made up in my head. And like being able to make those little music videos in my head real would be a dream come true. there's a song called Bulletproof by Godsmack, which this particular character, Wildfire, has a movie for in my head. It's the day he discovers he's fireproof. But if I ever draw a comic with this character, I'll probably end up making that like a depiction of my journey through perfectionism. Nah. No. Also, you might want to turn down the jitter if you can. Don't know how to do that in CSP, but it'll help for doing line art, and that's decent and not so wobbly. That's the stabilization feature. I already have it set to 2. I could turn it up to like a 4. Oops. I love how you say turn down the jitter. Turning down the jitter as far as like doing real art goes is all about just... Do they like... No, they just color the eye. They don't line art the eyes at all. That's interesting. Oops. Tell you what, we'll do all the line art in one size, and then... Well, I meant to bump, because the cuff of his glove is scrunching there. Then over here, it's going to be all stretched thin. No. I didn't realize for the longest time that stabilization was even a thing, that I could just turn up or down. I thought like line art always just sucked because of how sensitive the pen was. That's an aspect of it, but that's not the whole story. So like, here, if I do this, nope, other way. Looks like a bunched up sock going that direction. Huh, I should probably draw the fucking Chaos Emerald. I think their tops are octagons? I'm looking for like the 3D version. Here we go. That's a PNG. That is PNG as fuck. We love the transparency layer, don't we, everybody? Okay, can I get that in higher resolution, please? Those are sprites. Here we go. Yeah, they're octagonal on top. So if I have a point, well, probably not there. I probably want to do 2 points here, 2 points here, a point here, a point here, a point here, and a point here. Straight. Actually, no, I have a straight line tool. I have... Well, no. Should I draw alongside you? I want to, but also kind of just want you to have this to yourself, if that makes sense. No, if you want to draw, I'll draw. That was one of the biggest things I struggled with for so long, was just wanting to draw. Or wanting to put the time into drawing. Like, at all. And what is it? Like... Oh, dang. There's like... Facet. Facet. Oh. I want to draw a Sonic character and see how I do, but I also don't want to, like, make you feel upstaged. Does that make sense? No. I've come to accept that we're all at different levels, especially in things like art. We're all at different levels at all times, and if you can't accept where you are, you're never going to improve. And that's one of the things I have to do. I was like, don't worry about my feelings. Just do what you want to do. I'll worry about my feelings. That's literally my job as a fully fledged human being. Part of my own personal management of myself. Oh. Whew. I'm working hard on that sandwich. I also might suck, which would be incredibly funny because I'd feel like, damn, I've fallen so far. It's not even that you'd fallen so far, it's that, like, you just wouldn't have practiced one of these things. It's like people are like, oh, I suck at drawing chairs. It's like, alright, so practice drawing chairs. Like, each thing that you want to be able to draw, you have to practice that thing. It's like fucking Jay Naylor has been doing art for the past 20 years. Drawing all kinds of pornography and... It's pornography, let's be real. But, like, he's been drawing all that stuff, and he literally just one day up and said, as he was drawing a scene between two of his characters, he was just like, yeah, I suck at drawing men. And I'm like, oh, wow. Even he still, like, feels like he sucks at drawing something. But it's because he doesn't practice it very much. Poor bastard. Oh, shit. Those draw box lessons are paying dividends here. His fingers would definitely have to come out in front so his knuckles go that direction, which means his thumb. Like I said, I suck at drawing shoes and feet, and like I could work at that, but I've also switched priorities, so it's more of a very occasional hobby for now. That's what this is going to be for me. And that's okay. Part of the guilt that I've associated with drawing is that I'll probably never finish a lot of the works I want to do, but if I never start them in the first place, then what's the point of even having them? So, I might not finish. That's true, because I've got other priorities in life. I'm going to go ahead and turn the sketch layer's opacity back down a little more. But yeah, if you don't, if you end up not wanting to put the time in, then nobody can really blame you for it. It's just how it ends up. I know that, like, hands... Oops. Oh, cool. Huh. Interesting. Okay, well, that's just like official game sprites. I'm more after... Fuck is this Thundercats nonsense? When the hell did she touch the Master Emerald? I didn't hear about that lore. Hands. The bane of every brand new artist. Hands. For me, it's probably just gonna be... There's a segment of his palm here. Whoops. And then there is... finger? Except no, the finger would be dominant here. One of his pinkies. Nope. Way past the sketching phase here. The pinky would be more visible because it's closer to the camera. So I bring it back up to here. I have to get rid of a lot of the emerald down here. Oh, we're at the pixel level. Clean this up against his palm. There we go. I know you're typing in the chat. I need to put the chat window. There we go. That's the exact reference I used for your blaze drawing. Hands are so fun, but I usually make them too big or too small since I put a lot of work into them to make them look good. Yeah, that's fairly common. Is that part of the emerald? Yes, it is. That's going to be covered up by most of his fingers. Finger covers up the emerald. So glad this is how erasers work in digital art space. Also, I think his knuckle would connect a little higher than that. Like so, at least for now. It's not looking too bad, actually. Clean that up a little. Then we got the ring finger, which is a little longer. Whoops. Nope. Wrong. Charging my iPad after a while of non-use is going to take a bit, chat. Oh, man. Wait, did you mean like you wanted to draw on stream with me? Because that I might not be keen on. At least not right now. I imagine that probably he'd have his middle finger around the emerald elsewhere. Oops. There we go. I just meant using my iPad because I like Procreate. Okay, cool. No, that's fine. That I have absolutely no problem with. Solo drawing, but like parallel to yours? Yeah, sure. And then I'll take a look at it later. If you want to show me later. Let's see. Ugh. I'll have to clean up that line art later, without a doubt. But then more of his wrist coming out to form the palm, but you're not going to be able to see his thumb because that's just how that works. That's actually not coming out that bad. I don't want to get too impressed with myself or anything, but just looking at this as is. 10, there we go. Oops. Whoops. No. Mm-hmm. I love using a tablet. I'm actually having a lot of fun right now. Oh. Clean this up for a sec. Ah. You have a head start on me though, so unfair. I mean, I am using a sketch from last stream, so I'm not... That's not really fair to you. Oh. Oh. Actually, no, that wouldn't continue that far. That just continues as far as here. And we have where he gets... Again, I made something a little rare here. A male Sonic character that wears clothes of any kind. Oh. Ow. There we go. Trying to decide how I want to do this. 5. Let me get some floof. Nope. Nah, wouldn't do that. Be more like... Still riding around over you, driving the car you've been working on? I'm getting a ping from someone. There we go. Just letting him know I'm streaming. I'm gonna switch back to my OBS window. Not, yeah, that one. Chat and then Clip Studio. Because I got the perma license. Oh, I'm so glad I did too. I've actually found a new way to draw, like, fur tufts and stuff like that. Can you move the chat window on the screen where you're showing your reference is covering up your reference window? Oh shit. I still haven't fine-tuned my streaming setup, if you can't tell. Thanks for that. And the answer is yes, yes I can, as you just saw. No, come on. Ah. It's okay. That'll work. Little indicator of where his rib cage stops, or where his sternum is. No undo, only erase. Actually, it would be more like this, wouldn't it? The layering of his fur. Because the upper sections would be closer to the camera. And so they overlap. Like the, fuck. Like that. Well, that doesn't fucking work, does it? I know I'm putting way more effort into this than I should be, especially at this skill level. Just realized sternum's going to be at an angle because because he's not quite facing the camera. There we go. Again with the glove cuff. Oops. Damn. Okay. I can fix it another time. That's why you need to fix it in the sketch. Otherwise the sketch element ends up in the actual drawing. Wrong. There we go. Can't wait to get to the colors. That's going to be the most fun part of this. I've just discovered something about the ears of Sonic characters. This whole inner region is just a self-contained triangle. Oh. Actually makes his ear walls quite thin, as is. Oops. Oh. Forgot when you root the ears. Well, first and foremost, there we go. Ah. Okay. The ears get rooted with flared lines that way. Need to clean this up. There we go. Chat, my iPad just turned on. It's time to charge my Apple Pencil. Skill issue. Passive pens for the win. Oh shit. I shouldn't find that funny, but that's really good. Oh crap, that's funny. Okay, so usually the eyes of a Sonic character will be black ovals I'm gonna make his pupils part of the outline layer. We'll do... I'll take the highlights out of them with the eraser. That's a good start. No. Wait, nope. I want to practice getting these the same size. Fellow looks concerned. he's got questions. Let's just use the standard anime technique. Oh, I'm so glad that my numerical password matches the high school number at or else I would have completely just lost all my data on my iPad if it was anything else. I mean, you're the one who made it. You would know. Matter of fact, let me get to the color layer for just a minute. I need to give him his eye color. It's like cobalt ice blue. But I need a brush for this. Brush pen. Stabilization was set to 3. Let's set it to a 10. Or a 9. That's close enough. Oh. Okay. Erase that back down there. Smooth out this stroke there and up here. Oh, too much. Oh. Scheiße. Shading and highlights. Or I guess I could just go, not what I meant to do. Go back to the color layer and just... Oh. Get rid of that. Oh. I know to simulate a real iris pattern, they'll do things like, they'll replace just the iris color itself with a gradient on a lot of Sonic characters. Pull off the sketch layer for a sec. Oh, wait, no, they won't do the whole clip away. Oh, well. Oh, that's the brush pen. Forget wrong layer. That's me doing it on the wrong tool. Oh, my iPad is incredibly slow right now, jeez. Yeah, probably on purpose. Apple does that to its devices because they're its devices, not yours. Isn't that so much fun, how you don't actually own shit? Oh, it's magnificent. I'm not gonna go on a rant. Not at this hour. And not while I'm doing art, because I'm actually having fun. I don't want to go on any kind of rant. Oh, give me a brush. There we go. Brush pen. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Oh. Brush pen, thank you. Oh. No, it's because it's been forever since turning it on. That always happens when it's backing up a million things from 10 months ago. Holy shit. You haven't touched your iPad in 10 months? That's actually kind of impressive. Not what I wanted. Back to the outline layer for just a second. I'm going to trim down. No, I'm not. Shading and highlights. I'd like to get just a pure white. I haven't officially drawn in like 10 months, and the kicker is I always bring it to school as if I'm going to use it to draw or something in class. No, but you're taking classes. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I shouldn't have put his pupils on the outline layer. Hide the sketch layer, Kronk! Back to the color layer. I have my brush pen. It's actually a little more purple than I expected. For his eyes. Color layer. Up. Almost Wumpus purple, to be honest. It's not quite that purple, but it's close. I see what you're talking about. My Sonic OC is a Discord mod. Oh man, that'd be a disaster. What the hell? I need to finish the outline. There we go. That's right side up. Need to get the black shade back. And then I also need to get my... That's a pencil. That's a pen. Brush, pen, brush, pen, pen. G-pen? Yeah, I guess that is what that is. Okay. Oh, gel pen. Ah. Oh, do you know I just realized his thumb would be behind his waist? His hand is radically incorrectly positioned for that. Ah. Well, so Apple Pencils offer a lot in terms of pressure control and sensitivity. I tried to use just a little drawing pen one time, and I was not used to it. Also, this was a gift from my dad, so I can't clown on it too hard. Oh, yeah. Okay, so if it's a gift, then yeah, it's like... That's totally understandable. I was more of the mind of... Just like, I don't care for Apple in general. Like, not even just their business practice, but like their the fact that they want their technology to be like an ecosystem just doesn't rub me the right way a lot at all. It's like if you want technology to be an ecosystem, you tell your technology to talk to each other. Like that's how you let the user decide what kind of ecosystem they want to build. Oops. It's like Apple forgot who pays their bills. You know what I mean? Fella been lifting the wrong kind of weights. Yeah, planned obsolescence and whatnot. That's not even my biggest issue. That's why I invested in Bose headphones and Spotify rather than a full Apple worship buying the AirPods Max and Apple Music. Apple AirPods aren't even that comfortable, to be honest. Like as earbuds, these that I have, Jabra Elite 75 ST or 75T Active, the Elite Active trim level, the highest trim level that that Jabra had at the time I bought them. I've had these for 10 years, or 8 years, little over 8 years now. They have Bose's superior, to be honest. Perhaps, but I've tried the Bose ones. They didn't feel as comfortable. They were heavier and they fell out of my ears more. These have never fallen out of my ears. Ever. I've fallen asleep with these in. My mom's used to love Bose brand things. I'm sure she did. I'll tell you what, we're just doing the whole knuckle of the hands, saying that that's actually somebody important. Oh shit. A friend of mine just tested positive for COVID. Yeah, I've been exposed to this friend, so I'm probably gonna stay home from karaoke tonight. I do want to have some drinks though and watch Cyber City Oedo. So I'll wear a mask when I go to the grocery store. Testing positive for COVID in 2025, almost unheard of around here. Yeah, good for you in your area, but it is making the rounds through my parts of the state. And yes, I those who could probably figure it out, I live in Kansas City, near the river. But which river? No, not exactly going to be giving out my address, but like, yeah, that's around where I live. I should get some water. Yeah, so I'm going to let her... Just told her thank you for letting me know. Because that is important to know if you've been exposed to something like that. Oof. Damn. No, I meant for testing for COVID in general, not even just positive. Oh, testing for COVID. Oh. Yeah, it hasn't been making that big of a... It hasn't been that big of a fuss lately. So yeah, testing for COVID in general. My last roommate was highly paranoid, but he has every reason to be because his parents are immunocompromised. Yeah, his parents are really, their immune systems aren't great. So he actually has to be super careful with them, like with every illness, not just COVID. But yeah, no karaoke for me tonight, unfortunately. Damn. I had a strange exchange with somebody on the streetcar today. Give him some knuckles in his hand here, when in reality his knuckles are actually going to be exposed because my fella wears motorcycle gloves. Inside day, more time to rest and do your own thing. Yeah, I'm gonna go snag some probably snag some ice cream, probably snag some light alcohol, just some like ciders or just one can of something light. Nothing to trash myself with, but just... Yeah. Yeah, I get to stay inside and draw more. Actually, even though the work is getting a little bit more stressful and, like, I've got overtime coming up, even though stuff's getting a little crazy, Not Your Father's Root Beer Vanilla Ice Cream, eat it fast. Really good drink, to be honest. I'll have to try that out. A Not Your Father's Root Beer float. Huh. Maybe I will. Maybe that's what I'll do tonight. Cyber City Oedo and... and some alcoholic ice cream. Brush this out. There we go. One of the fatal flaws of me doing line art is that I really like to clean up a bunch of stuff in just one stroke. I've had it with friends before, but they didn't eat it very fast, and unfortunately it kind of started to turn a bit. Turn? Ice cream doesn't, like, rot or spoil. Not really. I mean, it can, but, like, you have to try. Oh. This is his pinky, it's his shortest finger. Because of the cream in the ice cream and the alcohol. Oh, it curdled? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, because the carbonation and the... Yeah, I can see that. Nope. Stop the pinky right about here. I love doing everything in one stroke. The problem with it... When it melted, it wasn't a good mix. Yeah, that's what I mean. Guess I can clean it up to where his thumb is like up here. His thumb up into his own ribs. Ew. Nope. That's why I put the caveat of either making a small portion or eating it fast. Making a small portion makes more sense to me. For my purposes. That's coming out decently. I know for a fact I wanted to have his, that's the eraser. I wanted to have his gloves be like motorcycle gloves. Oops. Wrong. Shorter. That'll do. Like have the opening. 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 And opening. Yeah. 5. For the cuff of his glove to actually, like... You want the thumb to be in the front or gripping his sides. It can go either or, but most people, when they have their hand on their hip, it'll be behind. Yeah, the thumb ends up behind, but I didn't do it right from the beginning, but I'm too lazy to go fix it now. I just don't want to... His wrist should be further back, is what I'm saying. But like in this case... If your thumb is behind, but you put your thumb down low on your waist, you can't really even see the part of your hand that connects to your thumb. Circle the hand and move it using the lasso tool. I don't wanna! I don't wanna! I want to draw it right the first time. And to learn to do that, I have to make mistakes. Oh shit, not what I wanted. I know that for what color he's gonna be, it's gonna look like his glove is like the knuckles of his gloves are coated with fucking coffee beans right now. Peripheral processing moment? What do you mean? No, I'm Googling this. Fuck it. I'm not generating an AI answer. Peripheral root processing? Persuasion through mental shortcuts? Using the power of peripheral root psychology to sway our thoughts and actions without us even realizing it. It's a fascinating phenomenon that shapes our daily lives in ways we might not even notice. What exactly is peripheral root psychology and how does it work? It's magic on our minds. You were trying to persuade me to use the fucking lasso tool? You are an ass. But that's funny. Oh, I need the chat window back. There we go. So back to this. I imagine there'll be a couple of crinkles. Oops. Actually, let me go down to a 3 for a crinkle and a crinkle in the wrist of his. They should be concentric. Nope. Okay. I do need to clean up the cuff of his glove, because the cuff will be a part you can see into, kinda. Central process. Oh wait, I don't want to think this through any further. I've made my decision, even though I could central process by going through the reasons why it would be a good idea to use the lasso tool. Thinking and analyzing peripheral processing is using heuristic cues and taking mental shortcuts. Oh. Oh, central and peripheral, or that's also slow and fast, or mode A, mode B. Yeah, no, that is a peripheral processing moment. Yes, it is. I will absolutely cop to the fact that I just didn't wanna. I just didn't want to do the thing that would improve my momentary situation. Damn. Nope. Sorry, I've been taking persuasion and I forget that not everybody knows those terms. I knew them, I just knew them under different names. But yeah. There's also passive and active. That's another way of terming it. It's just how that works. Can someone give me a... I'll never quite understand how they do the gloves. Huh. Very tiny nose. Yeah, no, Tails is a fennec fox. And it's okay if you forget that not everybody does these things. It's... I forget that not everybody understands Newtonian kinematics. Passive and active haven't been discussed in class. Today it's been about good methods of persuasion versus bad methods, not necessarily the ethics, more like what would work and what won't. I struggle a little bit when they give you the tools before they tell you, well, what the good and, I say good and bad, the productive and destructive ways of using those tools happen to be. It makes me nervous. Because if you get the tools and you drop the class, you can pretty much do whatever, not realizing that you're really fucking with people. Huh. Oh, so it's just drawn like the end of a sleeve, but then how do you get the stuff outside of it? Oh. So that's the shaded part inside. And then the outside part... What am I doing? There we go. The outside part has a flare and an influx. Same for here, and then you draw another. So you draw another. What you do is you have like an inverted. Huh. It's hard to draw that shape foreshortened. But that makes sense, I guess. Actual persuasion is usually morally okay, although in capitalist systems it's dubious. I wouldn't even just say capitalist, I would generalize that to exploitative. Manipulation and coercion are different things and usually use fear appeals combined with power dynamics. Yeah, okay, so yeah, any kind of coercive environment where you can encourage somebody to act in a way that is against their own interest. Or against their best interest. Jeez. So... yeah. Give me a 10. Oops. Let me clean up that junction there. Pop it, pop, pop. Okay. For not having drawn seriously in like 12 years. Well, 7 years. Yep. That'll do. Alright, on to fellas' shorts. Give me a 10 here. Ah. Nope. I will not be suddenly amazing at manipulating and coercing you. In fact, this class is basically teaching me how to ask for things and appeal to audiences using different methods. That's not where I was going with that, because I've been training myself to resist manipulation of all kinds. Oh crap, the stream's quality's gonna be taking a shit here pretty soon. You guys are gonna get frame cutouts. Wow, that's a lot of drop frames. Come on, give me some bit rate. There it comes. Well, hang on. Alright, we're not dropping any more frames. Jesus. That happens every time everybody comes home and starts streaming their shows or whatever. Anyway. Oh. It's looking all good on my end, to be honest. No, I got a, not a notification, but I got, like, the status indicator on the bottom of OBS was, like, the signal strength was dropping. I was like, oh, well, shit. Damn. To be honest... trace the silhouette outline where his tail's going to end up. Up. Nope. Nope. Boy, I gotta love that judder. His leg comes up, and then there's the cuff of his shorts. Yep. Well, I meant to not do that. Oh boy. Come on. Oh, I can actually include the back of his glove in the major outline. Whoops. Huh. Yeah, no, that's right. And then I actually forgot to do this. His arm goes up into the cuff of his glove, and that's getting to be blacked out. There's no need to shade any of that. That's just how that lands and ends up. Go. I'm at a 5? Yeah, 5. iPad is at 20% and still on the charger. Yep, that's gonna be how it goes. Seems to be the nature of the beast, huh? Look what you need to mimic a fraction of my power moment. I just got back into drawing. Relax. Chill out. You'll get it back. You'll get that back that you destroyed. You'll get it back. No, don't make his leg all stanky. There we go. Oh, size 5. go. Come on, once you get better at doing poses, you can make him do the stanky leg all you want. Yeah, actually, I think I will. No, because the story arc of this character is literally him getting like obsessed with power and not knowing why he wants it. And it's like, well, why do you want the superpowers you witnessed in Station Square? What do you want to do with that power? And I think it's going to end up being probably Jet. Probably Jet the Hawk he meets that like calls him out on his bullshit and like lets him know that like, dude, you're not a noble hero like the rest of them. You're not okay. It's like, you don't want this for okay reasons. You want power just for power's sake. You're no better. But like his obsession, he ends up trying to be get all obsessed with being perfect, perfecting himself, and then being an arrogant fuckstick gets him landed in the most absurd, deadly situations imaginable. And it's like everybody he meets just gets tired of his bullshit. Oops. You can make your little scrimblows do anything you desire, like fly out of a car window like a napkin. Scrimblows. I love that. What a term. Nah, here. No. His leg goes up like this, and it would be like, up. Scrimblows. I think actually this would cut off here, which means... Oh dear. I made the eraser way too big. Better than Gooby Woobies or Glubtupus Wepples? I guess so. Where'd you hear those terms? I gotta show you the source video for those terms. Wait, those aren't you making them up? I thought you were memeing. I didn't realize that those terms had a source. That's somehow even funnier. Let me clean this up just a sec. I know that was right. That part was right. It was the... Whoops. Oh, hang on. Didn't get the full thickness on that stroke. There we go. I'll get used to pen strokes and all that other stuff at some point. Today is not that day. Oh wait, that's not my where. that is. His leg is right here. For a Sonic character, Pyro's got some thick legs. Well, no, 10 still. Because this is the silhouette. Oh. Shit. Bigger eraser, please. Not rotate the canvas. Okay. Damn. No, I actually wanted his boots to have heels. So, like, they come down, but there's a sharp bit where they come down like this. Oh. Well, no, that bit's still got to be in line with the rest of the boot. But what it is that the arch of his boot feeds into here. So these are like work boots. I didn't mention, but Wildfire here is like a... he's like an iron worker in a steel mill. Before he got obsessed with superpowers, he made his money by running a steel mill. Good start. Now for the details. Source video. Should be good. show the stream. You want me to show this on stream? All right, here's some content thievery for you. Whoa, whoops. Let's put OBS right here for now. Except full screen, damn it. Thank you.
Top 10 Gooby.
What?
Boobies. Number 10, we got Goo Goo Loop. He's hella funny. Then we got Stupid Doo. What a goat. Then we got Goopy. He's a menace. Don't let his appearance fool you. Then we got TJ Cream. What a beast. Then we got Mr. Denmark. Love him. No list is complete without Glub Tubbis Weppel. Then we got Mr. Dubstep. Oh, it's Gub Gub. I love Gub Gub. Then we got Aaron.
Aaron.
And this guy.
And you just remember all those names. I was just not paying attention at all. Tails, my guy, buddy, did you eat my brownies again? Fella is enjoying himself. Oh God. I remember that video like the back of my hand, and I use those terms liberally. Oh my God. How? I think I'm gonna go for another about 20 minutes to see if I can get at least the line work done. If I can get the line work done in the next 20 minutes, then I'll this was the picture I was looking for. This was the one. Oh, there we go. That's better. Crack my knee sideways. That'll fix it. Alright, size 5. No, come on. Nope. Damn it. Oh. Fella got all varieties of trench foot. Whoops. Oh, stream ending in 20 minutes. Yeah, because I'm getting tired. I'm still not going anywhere, except for like the grocery store very briefly with a mask on. I truly should get tested though. But I want to have some time tonight to just chill and watch anime. Oh, you know what? Well... No, I want to do this business. Give him like the crisscross laces. Oops. Yeah. Then we got the ellipse. Oops. Oh. Gotta give fella the cuffs of his boots. I mean, wait. Ah. No. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, and then give us his laces here. Oops. I should note I finished Sonic Prime. Like all 3 seasons. Gotta say, not as disappointing as I expected. Oh yeah, I forgot I gotta give the open fingers to his gloves here and the knuckle here. Open knuckle, open finger, open finger. Oops. Towards the camera, and then this one would be not quite towards the camera, but close. Alright, here's the real test of the line work. If I can... Oh, gotta fix his shorts, hold up. Yep. Give me a size 10. Up. To hell with the gaming stream, I might just do this tomorrow. Well, I say that. Here. Let me lower the size back to a 5. Give me a rivet. Rivet. Oops. Not that elliptical. Rivet. Rivet. Up. Rivet. 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 And out of view. I've at least got to give him his stripes. I'm gonna make a new folder here. I'm gonna call this folder the color folder. This stripe beige accents, because his chest fur is not actually white. Alright, so if I go for base color, his base color is like orange. I need a brush. Brush. Like the brush pen. Oh, we need bigger. Well, no. Damn it. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to draw today yet. My iPad is super slow after waking up. Every time I make a mark on Procreate, it takes 3 seconds just to show up on the screen. Oh no. I'm so sorry. That really sucks, Tree. The worst of it's really not even your fault. Oh, actually this can... Oh. fuck's sake.
I can't just stop and put down the pen.
That's literally how it goes. You see one thing you could do, and then you see something else you could do, and boom, you've been working on your art piece for an hour longer than you wanted to.
Yeah. But like having the ability to do things like take commissions would be amazing. Like, believe you me, I do like playing with machinery, and I like working with technology, and I like the fact that people like what I do in manufacturing. But if I didn't have to do engineering, and if I was good enough at drawing to take commissions, I'd do that instead. If it paid enough to take the bills. Because I'm just now starting to really get to grips with how much I like this. Now that there's like no shame in not being good at it, or at least I don't feel any shame in not being good at it, I can legit just enjoy how this feels, putting pen to paper. I say paper. And just making something. Something I want made. Maybe I will go to karaoke, I don't know. Karaoke doesn't start till 9, so... I know I was probably exposed. I should probably get a COVID test. One of those rapid tests. It is very fun. I especially love playing around with shading and colors. That is why I got those alcohol markers today. Tree, I don't think you were here when I was doing the showcase of my brand new art supplies. But I bought a bunch of alcohol markers to try out physical drawings. I thought about doing something really... When I thought, like, what can I draw that's really colorful? I thought, how about some Spyro fan art? That'd be neat. Or Crash Bandicoot, good god. No, come on. Color in his ears. Okay, I need a better... Oh, that's much better. For this cell-shaded style I'm going for, this is way, way better. could have gotten one a few days ago when my nose was running, but now I can't because my nose is fine. Oh, a test? Yeah. Oh, outline. Clean up these lines just a little bit. Base color. Oh, glad I didn't do that in one stroke. Oh wait, my other message didn't send. What message? Is it waiting for me to moderate? One sec while I... It's really not liking me sending my thing about a COVID rapid test and how it won't work unless you have active symptoms. Oh, yeah. Yeah, anything COVID related is going to be like auto-moderated by a bot. That's not per me, that's per YouTube. That's probably why I should go ahead and stream on Picardo instead. I think it's flagging your statement that it won't work as unless you have active symptoms as misinformation, because it sees the words COVID and won't work and test and those things in the same sentence, and it's guessing that you're trying to say, oh, the tests don't work, don't bother, because it's stupid like that. Oops. Feet flat on the floor. Use your whole body to draw every time. Whoa, too big. I wonder if you had love streaming G-rated content on OnlyFans though. Alright, where was I? Oh, damn it. That whole thing was one stroke. Did they not allow that? I thought they did from the art side. At least not anymore. iPad's getting faster, but damn, just a bit longer. It's really, yeah. Oops. Wrong, but that works. Oops. Got a little bit of bleed there. There we go. Well, that's not what I wanted. Huh. Is this like Minecraft music or something? It's more annoying to be waiting on something than to not expect it to work at all. No, yeah, because if you don't expect it to work, then you don't have any way to be disappointed. Hey, Clip Studio, could you maybe recognize my touch input, please? I went through the trouble of tuning it. You could at least acknowledge that it's happening. How's the battery on my tablet? 95% after all this? Shit, bro. I'm not one to look a gift horse in the mouth, but forgive my suspicion. Come on. Are you dirty? Do you need a wipe down? That did nothing. It's a little surprising. Jeez. There we go. Teehee. Thanks, I hate it. Bro is Orange Cat. And because this is a color I'm using in the palette, I'm gonna put it over here. This will be the eyes. Can I get a calligraphy pen? Let's go. I don't know. Oops. Gotta work with his accent colors. chance. I'm gonna go back to the G pen, except actually a marker. Whoa. Up. Let me see here. Let me get all the accents done, and then we'll deal with something else.
Oh, Jesus.
That's a kick-ass piece you got there, Tree, that you showed me in DMs. There we go. Old piece, looking at gallery while my iPad speeds up. Yeah, sure, sure. That's what I'll do. I'll go to the grocery store and get a case of mango cart. That stuff's delicious. His stripes aren't black. I have to end up making him this color. Pen. Pen? Pen marker. Pen. Calligraphy. Accent. Stripes. There we go. Give me back the marker, the big Millie pen. Put in the color for his nose. That's all of the... His eyeballs are PNG right now. Yeah, no, they are, actually. They're PNG as fuck. I love that. I love that you can just tell. Oh, boy. Normally, there we go. Round out his eyes here. That's better. Let's give him his stripes. No, not one of those. Mapping pen? Huh. Oh, I just realized I put all of this on the base layer. Fuck. Oh, put his stripes on a different layer on top of the accents. Ah, crap. Nope, too far. This is gonna take some thought, actually. No. Layers would have been useful right about here. Come on. Behave yourself. Alright, so around his arms run stripes. Up. I'll have to draw him from the back here pretty soon, I realize. Damn it. It's actually coming together. I'll have to draw him featureless and nude to really get the sense of like where his stripes are. Oh, that's the stripes layer. Fuck. I guess this would be covering up his shorts, so his shorts would be colored this way too. Oh crap, the grocery store closes at 9. I just remembered. This is all in the stripes layer.
Can you leave now and get your stuff, or no?
I can, actually. If I use my bike. So you know what? I'm gonna go do that. And then I'm gonna come back and fix this.
I return. I do return, everyone. After a quick run on my bike. Also got an drink. Oh, it paused whenever I took my headset out. It's chilly out there. Oh, shit. This is some bullshit. What's Mango Cart? Mango Cart. It's just Mango Cart, C-A-R-T. But it's a sour beer, or ale. It's a sour ale. Made and flavored with mangoes. Alright, so I can pretty much use the lasso tool to select. No, come on. Crop? No. Bro, I colored in his whole ass glove on the stripes layer. Cut. What? No. I just want to cut. No. I need this color, but I need to also... Can I just move it to the base color? Layer, deselect. No? Alright, nix the outline. Delete layer. Wait, no, not that. Oh, I have an idea. Base. Merge selected layers. That didn't work. The base and the stripes copy. Merge selected layers. Cool. That's what I like to see. Base color is a base, it goes on the bottom. Outline is next. Get rid of the selection. Now, not the pen, but the brush tool. A round mixing brush. Sure, why not? Oh.
stand to use a better brush, because I can still see the brush strokes here and I don't want to. Paint and apply. Oh god. That's one way of doing it. Maybe just make it bigger. Oh no, it washed out the button. Damn it. There we go. Gotta get his other glove. Oh. There we go. Just chuckling to myself here about how Fruits Basket is getting an abridged series from Something Witty Entertainment. Oh, I should probably pull up... There we go. I'm still waiting for Procreate to speed up, man. I just want to draw, use my favorite little pens and whatnot. Laughs in traditional media. I say as I'm literally using a Wacom tablet on Clip Studio Paint. There we go. Cuffs and toes of his boots made of steel. Literal steel-toed boots. Matter of fact, I can just color that in as is. Color the rivets afterwards. Ah, hell. That's not right. There we go. Let me turn off the sketch layer real quick. I really want to see what I'm drawing here. And the low opacity pencil marks are very hard to distinguish from this gray. Probably also blacken the tongue of his boots. Calligraphy. Alright, now the rivets. his eyes. His eyes have got to be like their own group, don't they? I can't see the reference photo? Shit. I wasn't really drawing any references at this point. Give me a new layer. Oh. What layer is the eye on? Okay, it's part of the color folder. The eyes are on the stripes layer. You still need a reference photo for the eyes? I might. Mayhaps I will. I don't know. Do you know what? We'll start over. New folder. Eyes. Pupil. Iris. Accent. And highlights. Pupil goes above the iris. And accent. So the eyes get the most detail, clearly. Let me at least get the pupil centered in. Dot. Dot. Looking straight at the motherfucker in the camera. His irises. Iri? I don't know. A rich cobalt blue. where a layer mask would come in pretty handy. Pupil. Oh. Nope. What the? Take me to the outline layer for just a second. This is some good shit, actually. Iris, okay, and here. Accent. Actually, something that Iris can do is be off-center, because the accent man, there's some crazy shit with the high detail stuff. You can always touch up the other colors later or use an eraser to lop off the parts that are overlapping other colors. Yeah! Yeah, that's what I was doing. The accent, still below the pupil, but the accent color is over here. I know what I want to do with this. God, that pops. Jesus. What the fuck? Yo, how the fuck did that work? That was a lot simpler than I thought. I can somewhat draw. It's only 1 second delay on my pen now, which is still a handicap, but at least not unusable. That's fine. Oh wait, Alt-Tab. There we go. Yeah, 1 second delay is like a 100 millisecond delay for me is unusable. Also, quick question. What color emerald should he be holding? Blue? You want the blue emerald? Well, there's two blues. There's a light blue and a dark blue. I was gonna go with the green one because it's like the only color he isn't. So it would completely contrast him. Ugh. Light blue or dark blue? Light blue? Awesome. Let me get an image of the light blue. Jesus. Chaos Emerald. Oh, there we go. So the light blue emerald is literally just this sky blue. Collapse the eyes folder. We're done in there. But do give me a new folder within that folder. Oh. Folder. Not a folder. Get out of there. Give me a layer. Color. Accent. Highlights. Okay, so base color is here. That's just simple. Just a matter of being careful with the pen size. Oh dear. The Chaos Emerald goes below everything. Oops. There we go. Now I don't have to worry about being too careful. Accent colors. I have to only imagine what kind of like amazing expertise you have to have in understanding how gemstones work to be able to draw these things. Especially with any amount of like precision or accuracy.
I am being pinged. Oh. That wasn't a DM. Highlights. This is just gonna be straight up white. I'm actually kind of proud of that. Oh. Damn, it looks good. Clean, just needs a few highlights and shading. Yeah, no, shading and highlights is the next step, but I don't want to put much more work into this right now. Actually, I do. I do want to keep going, but I really shouldn't burn myself out right now. That awesome accenting on the eyes, though. That was a cool little thing I did. I've only been streaming for like 4 hours. And that's counting the Be Right Back for the grocery run. I said grocery run. It was a beer run, let's be real. But like, that did not take near as long as I expected it to. That's... It's too fun to stop. What do you gotta lose? You can take a break tomorrow? No! I want to get back at this when I'm fresh. Plus, I want to get back to like actually sketching and getting some proportion study figured out, because God, do I love to draw. I forgot how much I love drawing, and this is why I was scared. Well, this is one of the reasons I was scared. The reason I told everybody was because, like, no, if I give this my all and I actually get good at this, I'm not gonna ever want to stop. But like, some of the other reason was just being ashamed that I couldn't produce a good result. But like this, that's it, for the first time in like 15 years. That's a serviceable thing. Yeah, it's pretty good. That's pretty good. It's pretty good, isn't it? It's not bad. I'm actually quite pleased. You think you're gonna stream if anybody visited? Huh? Oh, like came to my place? God, no. I only stream when I'm home alone. If somebody is visiting, they are my guest, and they deserve my attention. Fuck everybody else online. I drew a thing. I drew the boy. The boy has been drawn. I have a reference now. And I made it all by myself. I did it. I did the thing. I'm also getting a haircut tomorrow. I want to be awake for that. You drew a thing and something you actually liked drawing. Yeah, no, like real. Like the outlining was a bit arduous, but that's just because my hand isn't trained to like follow a contour. Not yet. How short will your haircut be? About half. I'm basically just gonna tell the barber like, hey, take here, half of this. Just take half of it off and make sure I don't look bald. That's all I want. Because this swoop-de-whoop nonsense up front needs to go away. And now it's dark enough outside I can watch Cyber City 08 without having any, while the screen actually works correctly. Because I've seen one of the 3 episodes now. It looks nice though. The hair? The swoop looks nice. No, it doesn't feel nice. It's uncomfortable, especially when it gets greasy. It doesn't lay right. Like after a day, it gets so, or a run, it gets so greasy that it just curls over and tries to poke me in the eye. And nothing puts it, like, nothing keeps it from doing that. It's so annoying. And besides, I want to get my hair cut so that I don't have to get it cut again for the next God knows how long. And I know for a fact in 3 weeks I'm going to have to visit a customer plant for work. Which means I have to put a hard hat on. And I want to be able to... I want to be able to put the hard hat on without it slipping off. That requires me to shorten up my hair. I swear when men gets a swoop, I swear every guy I've ever known suddenly hates having longer hair. Can we talk about this? What is the deal with the swoop? Like, what's the big deal? I don't understand. I've had no less than, like, 5 of my female friends say that, like, the swoopy swoop thing in front is like the pièce de résistance of men having hair. I don't get it.
Oh, I'm still streaming. That's right. I forgot. It adds a nice framing to the face. On women, it's usually called the money piece, but it adds some dimension and framing to the face, brightening complexion. Yeah, but the single tuft, this piece over here, at this corner of my eye, attaches up here. And like so much of my hair does it. I promise you. I just want to get it cut to where like the other thing I noticed this morning is that like shampooing it right now is actually kind of a nightmare. It's like it's actually getting tough to take care of this hair, and so I'm trying to get it cut back to where it's easier to maintain. I'd love to take this hair and go into an art class and just frustrate an art student. Imagine how much money I waste on shampoo. Waste? I don't really see a problem. You care about your hair and you're maintaining it. You're putting in the work. That's a thing you do. I use 3 pumps of shampoo and 5 pumps of conditioner just to maintain mine. I'm up to 2, tempted to do 3 pumps of shampoo, and I don't condition. What I do to condition my hair is just let it get greasy and then wash it. I just let it get absolutely grody and nasty. That way it gets the treatment of its own natural oil, and then I just strip the grease. And it leaves it sleek, shiny, and apparently thinning. Which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. It is thin and fluffy. Back here it's got some volume. I'm gonna miss that part. But like I'm just basically gonna walk in and be like, hey, clean this up, will ya? I wanna keep like the shag stressed. Am I stressed? Do you know who you're talking to? I have been stressed since I was like 12. We've been over this. I'm fairly certain we've been over this. At any rate, just... I'm not mad. I'm just upset. I'm upset that I didn't have my shit together before I started losing hair. I meant, have you decreased it since moving? So, like, why is it still thinning? Oh, I actually don't know if it's still thinning or not. If anything, it might be rethickening. I don't know yet. I also switched shampoo. I do know that it's still falling out at the same rate. I just don't know if it's growing at a replacement rate or not. I do know that I don't have a completely bald patch yet. But like if the camera catches the angle of my head just right, it's like you can tell that I don't have this, you know, thick wheat stalk mop like I used to. But yes, my stress level has indeed dropped a lot since moving. I don't know why. It wasn't the environment I was living in. It was just the fact that that environment didn't belong to me and I couldn't really do what I wanted. Which is to draw a lot. Motherfucker is playing Final Fantasy XIV. And he can barely make rent. not my goddamn dead problem. It is not my goddamn wronged problem. My problem. I hope fucker has a job. It's okay. It's okay. It is only 9:40. Do I want... Do I want to fire up KSP? I might. Poor people are allowed to have fun. I mean, what do you expect them to do? Drop everything and work right now so you don't have to see them on FF14? I thought about that, yeah. I thought, like, okay, what the hell is he going to do to earn money right now? It's 9:41 at night, and it's Good Friday. I just get, like, in the big picture, I just get a little upset when it's like, I never have money, and then they spend money on Final Fantasy XIV, a way of having fun that costs money, and a lot of it because Square Enix are assholes, kinda. They're hard line with their prices, is what it is. They don't usually do a sale. Also, FF14, I literally just don't get it. Like, I put a lot of time into Warframe, but I never spent a penny on that game. I literally just wanted to see how far I could go in free-to-play. It just took time. And because I was in school, it took more time than I was willing to give. So I gave up. Because getting a degree that would help me get a good job, that would help me afford a place to live, and afford the groceries I like to buy, and the things I like to cook with, was more important to me than getting into an online network of friends that played a game about space ninjas. Which, when I say it out loud, it actually kind of sounds like a split decision. when I put it that way. God damn. This is not my rant space. This is for me practicing art. So, I want to fire up KSP. You'd be pissed at me, which is why I don't show you anything about my bank statements. I barely make rent, but I still make enough to get E&A. Dream barbecue because I value that a lot. Okay, but that's a value proposition and you put rent first. That's okay. It's like you realize that rent, you make rent at least. And you pay that first. Hell, I actually had to... I got a little spendy this past month, if I'm honest with you. But I'm not in any danger of, like, getting evicted. It's like, I pay my damn rent. Sometimes late, but I pay it. Pissed at me. I would have been pissed at you probably a year ago when I was really on my drill sergeant kick of trying to, like, whip everybody into being responsible. But, like, then it upset me that I was the responsible one, and, like, so many people in my sphere could get away with being so irresponsible, and because of me, I felt like I was enabling everybody when they would whinge, bitch, moan, and whine about how they can't make rent or utilities or put food in their fridge because they went to the bar one too many times this week. But if I don't cave and help them out, then all I'm doing is enabling the capitalist class, or perpetuating their message of pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
Yeah, I get. It's. I treated it as a moral dilemma, not realizing that I am indeed a person too, and I have needs, and that I have a living space to maintain, and that I am allowed to tell people no. I'm allowed to tell people, you figure it out. Which I have done a couple of times now. Oh, son of a bitch, I just realized. Can you try Starbound, please? No. I don't wanna. I don't want to try Starbound. I see what a time sink it would be. And I feel that my time would be better spent playing Kerbal Space Program. Because at least I tried. Yeah, at least you tried. You tried. You tried. You did try. Good job. I want food, another beer, and anime. So I'm going to call the stream here. Because that's acceptable. It's my fella. My fella. He do and exist. Add a caption to him and send it back as a meme to you? Fucking do it. Damn, he looking fly as fuck. I appreciate that. But he's an arrogant fuck waffle. He's an arrogant fuck waffle, and that's on purpose. Because I need him to go through a character arc. I thought about trying to draw a comic with him in it. That'd be nice. Alright. Let me go ahead and call it here. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done for the night. I'll be back tomorrow for gaming, probably KSP, after my haircut. And then we'll do something else. Yeah. Lego Chaos Emerald set. Anyway. Maybe I can draw with you next time? Yeah. Yeah, you can like co-draw or follow along or whatever. I just realized my Chaos Emerald was a little off model. Damn. Oh well. Good night, everybody.